Okay. Hello, hello. Sorry about taking so long to get the stream schedule out this week. A lot of weird things happening with the roster for this week at work, but we've finally got everything sorted out. 1 second. Bill, how are we going? Just a sec. Okay, so where is he? There he is. I am here. Oh, where's my camera focus at? What is going on here? There we are. That's what we want. Can I zoom that in a little bit? Cool. Yeah, because we made some rat boys in the previous stream. Well, not actually previous stream. Previous stream we were working on the night. Before that we'd made these rat boys. Rats cast gun. They do cast gun. I'd still find this model to be so fucking funny. It's just 5 rats. So for all this, today we're gonna be now, where's my focus at? There it is. Yeah. So gonna be priming and starting to paint these dudes. I'm thinking of doing the bases for them beforehand though, like just building out the bases. I'm not sure what kind of base I want to do for these guys though. At least for the gun here, there's some kind of, what would you even call this? Some kind of mound here anyway. Greetings, children. Hey Gavin, how you going? By the way, holy shit. You guys on the east coast of the US? What the fuck is happening over there? Another hurricane hit that's like, what? Another Cat 4? Well, Cat 5 that's going to be 4 when it hits the coast? What is going on? Like, that is insane. You guys, like, you're still recovering from the first one. The world is just ending up there in the Northern Hemisphere. For the rats, for these dudes at least, the bases come with like little rocks and skulls in them. But I'm still not sure what kind of base to go with, because as far as basing mats go, they're fish people. They will be soon. You have rats. I have rats. You just bought 2 knights, and now you have 5 Imperial Knights and 1 Chaos Knight. I see. Okay, let's pull out our basing mats and see. Let's come up with some ideas. Okay. What else have I got? I've got like these, I don't know what I'd use these for, but I've got these coasters with like some texture on them. I got these while I was in Japan. It's hurricane season, so look, I feel like there's a difference between hurricane season and getting 2 Category 5 hurricanes within like 3 weeks of each other. Hello, how you going, Chaos? I'm gonna say the thing. Once again, apologies for any nose blowing this stream. I am still plagued. Maybe we'll get better over the course of the stream. The H&S Ultra Airbrush came in yesterday. Man, what an upgrade to the Amazon special you've been using. Anyway, hope everyone's good. Yeah, getting there. Good to be back in the painting because I've been away from it for a few days. But I got you Contempt of Dread. You showed what he looks like on your channel. You're also doing well. Nice, nice. Because you were waiting for that one for a little while. Glad it's showed up. I need to get my glue. Okay. So, the Skaven are from Skaven Blight in Old World City. You put them on cobblestone bases. Righto. Oh, you got me right as I was about to say any ideas. So cobblestone. Interesting. The way that we might do cobblestone. So do we think? I'm wondering if I could do anything with paddle pop sticks as a way to simulate that. I could probably use paddle pop sticks to make wooden slats and stuff. So for like destroyed beam, like destroyed wooden flooring, we could do the sticks. For cobblestone, would it be wrong to name a warband of Skaven the Raging Scavies? Maybe I'm not sure if I'm seeing what the wrong part would be there. So, as far as I'm aware, it'd be fine. But for cobblestone basing, I wouldn't want to do the whole thing. Like, would I just get large, like a single layer of this sort of size particulate along the base there? Maybe like have it run along one side of the base, and then have wooden slats along the other. Add some little rats. No, I don't want to add too many other rats to the bases of the rat ogres because I don't want to draw away from them. Bill's clearly missed the the section on STIs and sex ed. Okay, so I know of scabies. I wasn't sure if it was an STI or not. So okay, we're there now. But I mean, most Skaven probably have scabies. Ow. I was trying to lift the cannon off of this gun here. These spikes are right where I put my finger to lift it, so I just went, and it was really bad. It was just, ow. Because I don't really know. Oh, there we are. There we are. Because when we go into prime this, when we're painting, we'll paint it in two pieces like this, make it a little bit easier. But yeah, I think it could be fun to try to make like destroyed building interiors. You took the day off. You painted for a total of 58 hours in 4 days. What are you doing, Silver? Jesus. Holy shit. You need to take the next century off. Yeah, that is like... That is more than a full-time job. Like, you would be... Like, you could file a lawsuit against your employer for working that much over 4 days. Surely, right? Skaven safety is not #1 priority. Hey, I'm thinking... Do you think I could potentially do like... so they're smashing through some wooden walls? Like what I do with some of these paddle pops is like... have like destroyed section of them being trampled down as he's like bursting through a wall. Painting competition this month on Discord, and you really want to win? I see. Yeah, like, do you think we could do, like, this kind of setup where there's, like, some wooden bases, where it's just, wait, not if it's the US, only your grieving loved ones can sue, no death, no lawsuit? No shot. Sorry about the disgusting nose noises. Do it like a wooden fence. Oh, I guess like a wooden fence could be a better way of doing it. Will we use the tops of the pop sticks then? And then like take chunks out of them. And just have like a little picket fence, and then we can have the cobbles behind it, like cobblestone behind it. I remember you normally paint 50 hours a week if you're not scratch building something or filming. You really need to do a few streams this week. Yeah, mate, you are just like... I feel like I say this multiple times a stream. You are just built different. You know, I have no idea what I'm going to do with the bases at the moment. I'm just going to prime these dudes and start painting them. And then once I've painted them, I'll come back and figure out what I want to do with the bases. And I'll take them off. And then I'll build the bases and prime them and do them separately. Because I cannot think. I'm not going to get anything done if I just keep speculating. least in the southeastern US, the things with things they can, or the list of they can fire you for is immense. I see. Workers' rights are not a priority. I see. Medieval warhammers, so wooden houses and fence would fit quite well. Yeah, that's the idea I was going for. Imagine the skaven are raiding a poor village for food and resources. What did I do with the other ones? Oh, I have them to the side here. Bam, bam. Base coat the whole thing, then build up the base with some paint and glue and some stuff. With some paint and glue and stuff. Yeah, we'll start off by priming and base coating everything, and then we'll come back and do the bases themselves later on. We bought those nudes you saw on eBay. I was waiting, but then it said there are only 2 of the screamers left, so you got that plus 2 more Termagants. I see. You are building up your your hive fleet. Okay. So this is going to be the noisy part of the stream. So apologies in advance. I really should have done this off stream, but I didn't have the time this week, but I really wanted to work on the, I really wanted to paint the skaven. So I've decided that I'm going to subject you guys to the noisy airbrushing. You love the original story from the first Skaven rulebook. The people of town worked for years to build a tower to their gods. Then this one guy said he could finish it in one day if he could. Yeah, that's the. I've listened to some really good YouTube videos where they do like the voiceover for it, and it was so. Yeah, it's really cool. And it's like the people are after the Skaven, like after they have all their food and shit eaten by rats, and they like try to run to the dwarves underneath the city for help, and the dwarves that don't let the dwarves shut them out, and then eventually they break in and find that the dwarves have already been eaten by the Skaven. Add an order to his god, and he did a great doom build. Yeah, it tolls 13 times every night. It's quite cool. Have I had time to look at the Christmas Battle Force boxes? I have. Holy shit. The Necron box and the Tau box and the Dark Angels box, all of them go so hard. Like Tau, it's just all battle suits. The Necrons, you get the fucking Void Dragon. And the Dark Angels, you get the Lion and a bunch of other really cool models. Like, what? I'm going to go broke. I don't need more minis, but if I were to get more minis, this is how. Just gonna blow my nose before I put on the mask for the airbrushing. The Dark Angels one is orgasmic. It is quite good. How do these work, by the way? When do they actually release them? And can you pre-order them, or do you just need to walk in and hope that they have them when you go in? You explode to Dark Angels every night. Oh, that's nice. I'm glad for you, Commissar. The Age of Sigma, Cities of Sigma box looks freaking amazing. Yeah, I'm not super huge into a lot of Warhammer Fantasy. Like the only can you still hear me properly, or is it like completely fucked now that I have the mask on? But yeah, like as far as Warhammer Fantasy goes, the factions that I'm most interested in are Skaven and the Lizard Men. You can try to get them online. Best bet is to go into my local game store and try to get them to set one aside for me. I see. It sounds like Vader. I basically am. I breathe. This is me breathing. Like, I feel like Vader with the mask on. Yeah. I'll try to keep the airbrushing segment as short as we can, because I know that the audio is a bit fucked. I'll probably need to keep the mask on for a little bit after I finish painting, just so that I don't inhale all of the vapors that are in the air. But yeah, let's get on to it anyway. Okay, we're at 20 PSI. So we'll get some flow improver in there. Only box you really liked was the Knight Army box. Yeah, I mean the two armages and the Questoras were quite cool, but oh sorry, the two Questoras and the batch of armages is what I meant. Quite cool, but I've already got a Knight which is taking up a lot of effort for me, so I'm not super keen on expanding my workload too soon. Checking out this YouTube anime while you eat, so you'll have me on mute anyway. Probably finish up at the same time that you're done with the airbrush. Gavin, you're not meant to tell me that you're having me on mute. That's so BM. What the fuck? The Dark Angels box is gonna make you start flowing. Jesus, Commissar. Tower Battle Force looks the coolest. Yeah, I really want to get the Tower one, because like Tower battle suits are just so cool. I'm so glad that there are no Fire Warriors or anything in it, because it's just like chaff. Okay, so okay, we should be good. Let's get started.
I'll zoom this in a little bit. There we are. That's all in focus. Yep. Oh, I can probably focus it a little bit better. There we are. Righto. I'm gonna move my mic a little bit, try to get as much of the airbrush sound out of it as possible. Think you'll work on some not IJ infantry and drop in occasionally for snark. Righto, Aaron, you do you. We'll be here. You can paint a night in about 75 hours, like you said earlier. Just bought 2 big boy notes for a great deal, $106 US. Wow, okay, that does seem quite good. That's only like 8,000 Australian dollars, wow. Okay, this is mostly base coated for the bottom bits. We'll just get the bits like the inside of this rat here. And the wheels. Hey. Yep, that's our priming for the first 4 rats. Yeah, now this one is going to be an absolute nightmare to paint. Just looking at all the little bits that are layered on top of each other, it's going to be such a pain. You're always looking for deals on miniatures. Yeah, I'm always avoiding looking at miniatures because I'll buy them, and that's not good. Nice, you're kit bashing Skaven with Adeptus Mechanicus. Ooh, very cool. I want to kit bash Skaven with Knights. I feel like that would be the coolest shit ever. I've talked about it a few times. Just making a Skaven Knight would be the coolest shit to me. Like, once I finish the Knight that I'm currently working on, I'm gonna get some of the clan rats from this from the Skaven Blight box. Or from the Skaven Tide box and use them for a Knight kit bash. I think that's everything for the upper section, so we'll just shoot it with air for a little bit, just help dry the stuff on one side so that I can lie it down on its side without fucking it up. That gun looks painful to paint. Don't talk about it. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be really bad. Okay, let's set this down here. And we'll get back to that in a little bit. The Adeptus have lots of claws and animal-like limbs. Right, yeah, so there is a decent bit of crossover. I just need to refill the airbrush. I have to get a second night, which would mean buying more minis. Fuck! You're right. I don't know how I'm gonna sort that out. I do need more minis. Liar. Fuck. Been busted. Okay, let's just run some Flow Improver through that before we add the next lot of primer. I need to look at the Station Forge Radicus line in Skaven Admech. I see. I might check it out at some point, but at the moment I'm scared of looking at more Skaven because I've got too many already. How are we getting back to this? I'm getting talked into buying more fucking minis. Okay, that flows pretty well. It's so satisfying using the airbrush. Every time I use it, I'm like, man, this makes life so much easier. You know, they get such a nice priming coat down compared to when I was using the spray cans. Like, I can't go back to using spray cans after having this. Keep giving me mini purchase PTSD. It's not because it's fucked up. I finally start saving money and then I see minis. It's like, fuck. If you get a Devastator squad, you convert them into Primaris Marines. Righto. I think I've got all the angles on this first Rat Ogre. He's looking pretty good. We just need to get the inside of that leg. What's my favorite faction? I have a lot of factions that I like. If we're talking 40k, Thousand Suns are probably way, way, way up there. In fact, I'd probably say Thousand Suns for the time being. But otherwise, I'm also a big fan of, like, the Farsight Enclaves. Commander Farsight, very cool guy. Necrons are cool. I don't know if I'd call them my favorite faction. In general, I prefer Xenos to the Imperium. But as far as human or human adjacent factions go, I would have to say that it's gonna be Thousand Suns. I'm assuming you meant to type Thousand Virgins there. You wanna explain why you're saying that? Did they do something to you? What have you got against them? Your favorite is Necrons? Necrons are very cool. Love Trajan the Infinite and the Silent King. They're both very cool. Imperial Guard Death Corps, Chaos Death Guard. Yeah, so you have like literal armies of both of them. Not like, oh, I got 2k points of Imperial Guard. It's like, no, I've got like a full like 13 million guardsmen. No Knights for Imperium? I mean, I like the Knights. I think Knights are really cool. I don't know if I'd call them my favorite faction though. I know fuck all about them, like faction wise. I just really like the models. And I really like the aesthetic. Imperial Guard or Dark Angels for you. Also 1,000 of... oh, you're getting around auto YouTube filter. I see. You're into Warhammer, but the Orc lore is so cool. Look, the Orcs are just they're having the best time. They won 40k. They're the only people enjoying themselves. Unless you kind of look like them, so you find them relatable. What do you mean by that? Orcs are your favorite because you can kit bash them and works in canon. Yeah, they just take whatever shit they want and then make it orky. Yeah, I would say that, yeah, Orcs are definitely the kit basher's dream. Green British people. He means he likes football. Ah, I see, I see. Prime the sprues before assembly. Does anyone do that? I haven't done that before. I'm not... I feel like that'd be too much effort for my liking. Because then I'd also be worried about rubbing off the primer in places, like, where the, like, just while I'm putting it together. It's just personal preference, though. I'm sure it works just as well, and you probably get better coverage on it because then you don't have to like get it from all the different angles because it's already done. Okay, I think we're pretty good, and I've just run out. You get into something relaxing, it's nice until you look up and realize you're still in Hell's Foyer. What do you mean by that? Okay, I'll need to add a little bit more back in there, just so that we can clean up a little bits on this one, which aren't fully primed, and then we'll come back and finish off the bottom part of the big gun dude. That makes assembling them harder. Depending on the glue you have, also makes regular glue stick it as well if you're gluing the primer together, not the plastic. Right, yeah. For like the plastic, for plastic cement, it wouldn't really melt the plastic anymore because there's a layer in between it and the bits. Okay, I think that's all of our priming done. I think we're pretty much good for priming now. So we'll just clear out the brush. So we'll get some thinner in there. You guys tried shooting the hurricane. Truly an American solution to an American problem. Okay. Looks like we're mostly clear. Just cleaning up the airbrush now, and then we'll be able to take off the mask and get back to a normal stream. Day 9, still no power and water, maybe power by the end of the week, probably no water for 2+ weeks. Yeah, so this is the first hurricane. Aaron, is the second one coming towards you? Are you pretty chill in terms of that? Because it looks like the second one's just sweeping across Florida, rather than going inland. we're looking pretty clean as far as the brush goes. Cool. Alright, I'll just clean up our working space. And, then let's... Well, you gotta give this a little bit of time to dry anyway. Yeah, I had a problem gluing Citadel Power Flex looking at comes to plastic. I see, okay, yeah, as long as you had no issues priming, then I guess... Oh, no issues gluing, then I guess there's nothing wrong with what you're doing. You might catch some moderate storms off of it, but as it's projected, looks like it's gonna miss us. Well, I mean, that's good at least. It's like fucked up for people who are in Florida though. Like, jeez, how like actual insanity. Okay, let's zoom this out. And I'm gonna quickly go wash my hands while you let these dry for a bit. So I'll be back in just a moment. One sec, I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Yeah, I must say, that primer sticks to your hands like shit to a blanket. That was hard to get rid of. Port Air, the Miniatures Tavern is probably going to be along the southern edge of Milton. It sucks. Yeah, yeah, it's fucked up just how many small businesses or just like local things just get fucked up by these sorts of things because they it's really hard for small ventures to recover. Yeah, I'm just gonna take the mask off briefly, just see if the air is still polluted by airborne particles. One sec. Can we breathe?
I think we're pretty good. Yeah, it doesn't seem too bad anymore. If I get a tickle in the throat, the mask is going back on though. I'm just gonna quickly pack up the airbrush. Okay. And so who do we want to start with? We've got 3 rat ogres and we've got the rat gun. I don't even know what, I forgot what kind of cannon this even is. It's a warp something cannon. It's not a warp fire cannon, it's something else. What's dried? These dudes have dried. I think this is still drying. Yep, that is definitely still drying. Whoops. This is definitely still drying here. So we'll move him off to the side. It looks like this man has dried. This man is still drying. So I guess we'll start with a rat ogre. It's an Osher rat machine gun. I mean, they've got lots of people there taking care of health and safety. They're making sure it's nice and, they've got lots of people on site to make sure it works properly. They are abiding by operational, health and safety, whatever it is, like, operational... What does it even stand for, Osher? I know the health and safety part. Operational Safety Health Authority? Something like that? I don't know. But anyway, as far as colors go for this guy, we'll probably use Rhinox hide, because that's like the only brown I have. Let's go through and actually like figure out what colors we're gonna do where. I think that, let's get this in focus, because right now it's just like a black blob on the screen. Occupational Health and Safety Association, I see. Okay, so, get that in focus. So for these dudes here, thinking for fur, it's gonna be brown, probably. Because they're rats. He doesn't have he's got a lot of bald patches though. So for the bald patches, I don't know what we're gonna do for the skin. So we brown fur, the skin maybe like a I want to think like maybe like a pinkish gray. Like a really dilute pink. Then we've got chains, so we can do them rusty. I definitely want to use rust for this. Like for his rat knife, we can rust the shit out of that. Give him some silver. Like I want to make the metal parts all silver and then rust the shit out of them. There are numerous species of rat, brown, black, etc. Look them up and work the theme to keep it fresh from model to model. Yeah, I guess like for all 3 rat ogres, I'll have like different fur colors and shit. Painting white rats with pink skin and red eyes. It's not going well, I see. That does seem like a hard color scheme to work with. Let's go rat. I'm just gonna search rat and go Google images. How is it? I search rat, and the very first image I get is that one that you see in like every meme. I don't know. I don't know how. I guess that's because I just searched rat, and that's what people would search. Ugh. I don't like the naked mole rats. The 5th image that pops up, naked mole rat, does not look like Rufus from Kim Possible. Rufus was a compliment to naked mole rats. I guess a naked mole rat is a good guide for the skin color of the rat, where he's balding. Rat throwing me. Yeah, that is the image. You paint all the weapons green to be warpstone infused metal. That is a good idea. What I might do is I might do that for the cutting edge of the rat knife. So this hook part, the bottom section along here, I might do in green and then rust all the other shit. At least they ain't Stuart Little. Is it Stuart Little who, in the source material, wasn't actually ever meant to be a rat? He was just meant to be a rat-like boy, but then in the adaptation, they made him a rat? He's just like, well, no, not even rat-like. He was just rat-sized. Like, he was just a tiny boy, but then in the adaptation, they made him a rat. I hate him. It's a very strong feelings towards Stuart Little F15. If I want moles, the rat has a helmet. Use green stuff to cover the eyes. Instant mole. Oh, true. It's just that is an instant mole. I'm trying to figure out if this is his arm or like a leather shoulder pad. I think that's his arm and he's got scratches in it. Okay. White fur could be cool. A small guy who looks very much like a mouse, apparently. I see. They just made him an actual mouse. You can get like... we can get like warpstone like going through these tubes here under his arms and stuff, so we can make like green glow and shit there. I'm thinking maybe we'll try like slightly pink flesh, and maybe for this one let's give him a go doing white-ish fur, and then for other ones we can do different fur colors for different ones. Imagine the kid who got passed over for adoption in favor of a mouse actually fucked up. That would be like instantly, like, I think I would kill myself if I'm at the adoption center and there's a literal mouse in the next, like, there's a literal mouse who's like sharing the room with me, and some parents come in and they adopt the mouse instead of me. It's over. Like, you can't come back from that. For his flesh, what do we think? Because so I want to do a slight pink color for the flesh. Do we reckon I undercoat it in gray and then build it up from there, or I've got Vallejo white in an airbrush, well, in the air paint, which will probably be good for the base coating, just because Vallejo model or Vallejo paint covers quite nicely, so their white is probably quite good. Yeah, I've got a few Vallejo air paints, which could be nice to work with. Yeah, maybe actually I try... The first one we'll do in this sort of color fur. This sort of red-brown. Undercoat in a radioactive looking green, then go over with a contrast white. This is for the skin I'm going for here. This is, like, I'm not thinking about doing, like, the other stuff. Also, I don't think I have a contrast white. I think what we'll try... Watching reminds you how much you need an airbrush. Dry brushing has lost its charm. I don't know, I love dry brushing, but because I think that the texture you can get out of dry brush is so much nicer than the texture that airbrushing gives. But I think I love airbrushing for working on bases and just priming. It just makes life so much easier. Also, getting gradients is nice with an airbrush, but I love my dry brushes. Just makes them slightly green for that living rat aesthetic. Yeah, we'll see. I'm gonna try first of all, just with actually, how white is this white going to be? Because it's hard to go whiter than white. So I'm just wondering if I can thin this down. What's it gonna look like? I'll try a little bit on the base first, just so that I can see what the color will look like. Okay, it covers incredibly well, so it's probably not what we want to do to start off with. Well, actually, if I start off with the white, and then I cover over it with a different color, we can see how it goes. Because if I do it nice and thin, it's not super stark. Okay, it's pretty stark. struggling a bit with the focus here. Yeah, we need to push the focus down to there. That's where we want it. Okay, so yeah, I'll just because for the body, I'm thinking of doing white and then covering over it with what was the pink that I was going to use. I don't know how this this Doomfire Magenta is going to be. This might be too strong. So I might need to really, really try to thin this down. Once you go down that path, it'll forever shape your painting, trust you. Trust me. You have 5 airbrushes, one of which is a sandblaster to remove paint. Jeez, Silver. Chill. Okay, so if I use this Doomfire Magenta, I need to be really, really sparing with it. Now, this is probably too pink for rat flesh. Yeah, that's just pink. That's just straight up pink. What if I try doing it over bone instead? Well, actually, I've got... just give Cadian Flesh Tone a try, see how that looks. You have an airbrush you've never used? Yeah, I mainly got the airbrush. Like, my excuse for getting an airbrush was my rattle can... Like, my rattle cans finally ran out of paint. And I was like, hey... If I just get a, I just get an airbrush and some bottled paint, some bottled primer, then I can, I'll never need to use a rattle can again. Think like her what, Commissar? Care to elaborate? Try over brown. Yeah, I'll give it a shot over brown. The Cadian Flesh Tone is quite nice. I don't think I'd use it as a standalone color, but I'll give the magenta a shot over the Cadian Flesh Tone. That might be good. No elaboration needed. No, really, I insist. Think like a hoo-hoo? What is a hoo-hoo? I don't think I've ever heard that before. You like the pink parts? Yep, well, I'm... Are you referring to the mini, or is this following on from what everyone, the guys in chat are saying? I quite like the way the this red-brown looks over Cadian Flesh Tone, honestly. For fur, I think that could be a nice color. Like what we've got going here. You'll let me decide how you meant that. I see, I see. Maybe cut the magenta with some ice yellow. It has integrated iridescent elements to help keep with, or to help with glowing flesh tones. I don't have any ice yellow. If that's a specific color, I don't have that. Yeah, unfortunately, my paint drawer has not reached the level of the Warhammer Shop's paint, like the Warhammer Shop's wall of paint yet. Haven't gotten that far. If you just mean like a cool yellow, like I think this is, no, this is definitely a warm yellow. Oh, actually, it might be a cool yellow, just looking at it. Because if this is a cool yellow, then this is a warm yellow, right? But yeah, I don't have a specific ice yellow, if that's what if you mean it's a specific paint. But I'll give the magenta a go over these ones that we've just put down. Yeah, you have a ton of stuff that's rarely or barely, like rarely or never gotten any use, from minis to supplies, board games, etc. Life as a way of getting in the way. Yeah, it's sad because like I also have a lot of stuff that I've just collected, like board games and shit that I've wanted to play, but then just never really gotten around to playing. So they're just sitting there now. I think the magenta over the Cadian flesh tone is quite nice. And then we do the brown. Well, I think we'll do all of the flesh and fur in Cadian flesh tone to start off with. And then what we'll do is we'll do magenta over the flesh parts, and then we'll do our red brown over the fur parts. And then we can further work on it from there. Collecting minis is almost half the hobby. Then you keep using the same 7 or 8 paints. I have been saying this, Sonny, since before you showed up. My thing was, look, half the fun of painting a mini is buying it. So it's easier just to buy more minis, because then it's like you get the dopamine of buying the mini and you don't have to sit through like the 10 hours of painting it, when you could just get 50% of the dopamine by buying another mini. That is my term. That is that is the way I live, unfortunately. I've managed to avoid buying new minis for a while now, which is pretty good. I'm making a little bit of progress through my backlog, but yeah, I have a problem. Paint one mini or buy 2, hard choice. You like the logic? Look, it's foolproof. Well, actually, it is the opposite of foolproof. That is foolish logic. Failed in ignoring minis. There are worse problems. I mean, it's a pretty bad problem. I have this issue where I have chosen an arbitrary number in my bank account where I'm like, I'm not allowed to drop below this number. But what it means is that as long as I'm above that number, it's like, that means I can buy minis. And it's not good. It means I just don't save money. I get to a point, I'm like, I have enough money now. It's fucked. Part of why you've gone into Battletech recently is there's no need to paint the minis. It's all assembly, is it? we'll probably need to do a couple of coats of the Acadian flesh tone just to get it to cover nicely. Your problem is always moving on to the next set before you finish the last one. So many squads of 9. I am 100% the same. I have got so many boxes of minis where I've assembled like 3 or 4 minis from them and then moved on to a different box. It's fucked. Oh, we've got like some bits of warpstone embedded into his body here. That'll be cool to come back round to. It's not even all assembly. They're all ready to go out of the box. It's just not a game that stresses the painting aspect of the hobby. I see. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Like, if you just want to play the game, we'll just collect the cool models, and that seems like an easy way to go. It seems more stress-free. Means you actually get to play something against your friend who's actually into this stuff. Yeah, that's nice, because that'd be nice to be able to play games that use minis with your friends. Because I don't have any friends who play these sorts of things at all. I think it's half the barrier of not having the money, because we're all like early 20s people with no money, and then it's half the barrier of not. Or being afraid of painting. And so if you can eliminate one of those barriers, then like the money aspect becomes less important as well, because you're not worried about spending the money only to not be able to paint it, because you know if you spend the money on it, at least you'll have the mini there and you can just play it out of the box. Man, I thought my sinuses would get better over the course of the stream. It's getting worse. They're just blocking up. Like, I don't know if you can hear it in my voice, but both nostrils completely blocked now. This is not comfortable, and I've run out of cold and flu tablets. Gotta get that nose water thingy, clean them out. So that works. Because I've got nasal spray. It does open up my sinuses, but the issue is I think that's what also led to me sneezing non-stop for the previous stream, was just because my sinuses were open then, and so it was just fucked. I think I've got the choice between sinuses are closed and I sound like this, or sinuses are open and I'm sneezing so much that my throat hurts. You freaky? What do you even mean by this? That wasn't one of the options. Find the strategic use of credit helps alleviate the lack of funds issue. No, I am. That is one line which I hope never to have to cross. Yeah, I'm happy spending my own money. I don't think I need to spend other people's money and then worry about paying it back. It's a level of stress that I don't need in my life at the moment. Nothing wrong with credit if you're not dumb about it. Yeah, no, I understand that as like if you're good and consistently pay it back, there's nothing wrong with it. But like I don't want to get into the habit of borrowing credit. Because those things are inherently set up to try to get more money out of you. You know people who've racked up 50k in credit card debt and that's just stupid. Yeah, well, that's like the reason I want to avoid getting a credit card for as long as possible. Like, it's something that I don't want to have on the card, like on the table, because I feel like it makes it, like having a credit card makes it very easy to make mistakes with them. Look at the miniatures issue, the way you look at the miniatures issue is you buy what you want and paint them, then you buy more and paint them, and so on and so on. The issue is, I buy what I want and I don't paint it, and then I buy what I want and I don't paint it. That is my issue. Very ADHD about things. You tend to build up a tribe and then get the that, and then move on to prep, and then painting. Yeah, I bounce all over the place with the minis that I paint. I haven't completed enough minis of any one faction to have it considered a playable army. You know, you've only watched me stream painting minis, but I seem like I have a decent head on my shoulders. I'd be right. I thank you for the compliment, but I mean, yeah, I think I want to keep that path shut as long as possible. The only things that I think I would ever deem worth borrowing money for would be things like a house and like a car. Beyond that, I don't want to have to borrow money for anything. It's like how there are so many things that popped up, especially around the time of COVID and stuff. Things like ZipPay, and then Afterpay, and then Hum, and then like all these different things of just like short-term loans is just so fucked. It's just predatory shit. It's like you max out your zip pay. It's like, oh well, I've got afterpay. Then you max out your afterpay, and then it's like, oh well, I've got hum. Max out my hum, and then like what? Like you people, it's just people build up so much debt without realizing it. If you can borrow a little bit on card, things you'd be buying anyway, and then pay them off, it's a good way to build a credit rating. Yeah, like I know that because my family owns my family runs a store, and so my parents, they used to handle a lot of the store's expenses on their American Express. So they'd do like all the store payments through the American Express, and then it'd pay it, and then they'd pay it off like every week, and that was a good way to earn credit rating. But it's like, beyond that, I would I do not want to get into the habit of using credit for things in general. We need to work on the issue of painting things. We need to do a multi-live stream with 4 or 5 of us for 24 hours and paint and set a goal for those 24 hours to complete it. The issue is, I don't think I've ever finished painting a mini in 4 or 5 hours. For me, it wouldn't be a multi-live stream where we like alternate between people. I would be streaming the whole time, and I'd be like plugging everyone at the same time. I'd be like, I'd be simulcasting your streams while I'm also painting, because man, I would need the full 24 hours to finish a mini. Credit's just fun if you know how it works and how to pay it. Yeah, like it, as long as you are responsible with it, it's fine. I don't know, I am just nervous about taking on debt in general. One of the top things Mixer did right, now that you remember. I don't think I ever saw anything on Mixer. Is Mixer still going, or did it collapse? I should do a speed paint speed run. The thing is, I really like to put as much effort as I can into the minis that I'm painting, wherever I can, because it's like, I want to be proud of what I've got, and I'm always nervous that if I rush things too much, then I'll just end up wasting the mini, because I want to do them justice. It's like I've spent the time and money buying and building and priming the mini. I want to paint it well. Mixer went down like 2018. You left before then, so it didn't really affect you. But you can multi-stream with 3 other people, and everyone can watch all streams at once. So it's good. I see. Wouldn't be able to stream even if you wanted to. This laptop doesn't have a camera. I see. Yeah. Like getting a streaming setup is a bit rough. Because you need to have your computer needs to be capable of rendering the video footage as well. Like you need a computer with like a graphics card good enough to render footage. You need a camera that can capture the footage, and you need internet that's stable enough to actually send it. It's a lot. Don't see the point in speed painting unless you're getting an army ready for play. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing is, from what I've seen in terms of YouTube mini painting content, unfortunately, it seems like speed painting is one of the most popular types of painting video there is, because a lot of people in the Warhammer painting space are people who just want to get an army ready to play or ready to play with. So like, if I were to do speed painting content, I would probably get a lot more views. Like, in fact, my most viewed video was me. It had speed painting in the title, I'm pretty sure. And it got like 25k views, just because that's where most of the Warhammer players are. But it's just not the sort of thing that is like, it's not the sort of thing that aligns with my interest in the hobby. Speed painting is best for horde armies. You get more satisfaction out of having lots of them, like Nids or Orcs. Yeah. Like like that's what I had done. It was me speed painting my Termagants. But it was like, I would still, like, with Tyranids, I would speed paint only the, like, all the little shitters, and then I would still put a lot of effort into painting the big ones. Speed painting also has the Mr. Beast challenge aspect. Yeah, I guess. I guess for me, with speed painting, the main thing is, well, I guess for everyone, the main thing with speed painting is you want to get as good a result as you can in as short a time as possible. It's not about like just getting 3 colors on the minis. It's about getting 3 colors that look good on the minis. Same, you don't want to rush your minis even though you're not good. Yeah, no, that's it. Like, especially if you like, it's because I'm not good that I don't want to rush my minis. It's like, I know that I'm shit at painting, so I want to put as much time as I can into painting them so that they look at least half decent. Your speed painting took a few hours per each, but they were Von Ryans. I mean, your Von Ryans were looking really good last I saw. So if that was your speed painting, then you were doing pretty well. Well, I'm better than you. Look, I haven't seen what your painting looks like, so I can't comment. But like, you can like, the only way to get better is to keep painting, and the more time you put into painting your minis, the more effort you put into each individual mini, the better you'll get. Like, it is really easy to improve. You just need to put the time in. Yeah, that's why it takes 56 hours to paint one miniature just a game with. Yeah. Gonna pray you get your brush tomorrow, then you finish the Nids, Eliminators, and finally that damn Dreadnought. That Dreadnought has been haunting you for a while. The other day I mentioned video editing. What programs do I use? I use a very legitimate copy of Adobe Premiere Pro. And it works really, really well for the most part. There are just a couple of hiccups, like if I click the file button in the top left, then it crashes. Other than that, it works just fine. But yeah, it's because in high school I did film and television, and we learned how to use Adobe there. Like, we worked with Adobe Premiere, we used Premiere, Photoshop, After Effects, all that sort of thing. So I'm just really comfortable with Adobe products. They're really good. The only issue is that they're made by fucking Adobe, so that means that it's okay to pirate. because it's always okay to pirate Adobe products. Fuck those guys. Exactly. That's exactly right. That's But I was having some issues with the copy of with the cracked version of Premiere I had, where it would keep it would verify and realize that it wasn't legitimate. So I had to go into my antivirus and tell it that it wasn't allowed to communicate with the outside world. After I did that, works just fine. Adobe has just a terrible internal culture. I don't know about the internal culture, but like I don't know anything about that, but it's just like the prices that they put on their subscriptions and the fact that it's just like it's just so predatory. Like early cancellations have additional fees as well, and then there's shit like I think the most fucked thing recently for me was the whole thing that they were like anything that you make in Adobe, anything that you make in Adobe products, we are going to use to train our AI is like, what the fuck? Actually despicable. I am an AI hater, and here they are taking everyone's creative products and just using it to train their own AI. How many Tyranids have I painted so far? I've done the 20 Termagants, I've done the Neurotyrant, the 2 Neuroloids. I think that's it as far as Tyranids go. Also going to pick up your Tyranid weapon sprue when you get your Contempt of Dread to feel like you're getting a better deal. I see, I see. That's exactly what you mean by their internal culture. Right, okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if they I wasn't sure if they had like some Blizzard incidents at their workplace or what. You're an artist and you do not like AI art in the slightest. Yeah, it's like for me. I really like voiceover. I want to get into voiceover, and AI voice is so fucking scary to me. It's just like because I've done like voiceover courses and stuff, and like doing like ad reads and stuff. That seems bland as shit. It's actually really fun, but what is the point? Like, it's getting to the point where it's like you can just get an AI voice to do ads and just completely cut people out of it. And it's just scary. Like I just hate that AI is destroying creative industries first. Like everyone thought creative industries would be the last thing that would be replaced by machines, and somehow it's ending up being the first. Fact that they try to suck up every dime that isn't nailed down. Granted, they aren't the only ones, but we're talking about Adobe specifically. Yeah, I think they're definitely not the only ones, but I think Adobe are one of the most high-profile examples of it, where they just do not give a fuck. On the plus side, AI has been slowly killing itself over the past year or so. I've seen that people have realized that AI has like an inverse, or the growth rate of AI is drastically slowing down the longer it, like the more effort you put into it. It's like, it's like getting AI from 0% to 30% is really easy, and then getting AI from 30% to 50% is quite hard, and then getting AI from like 50% to 60% is really hard. And like the more it's like as you go, the line flattens out. Instead of increasing, it sort of decreases in effectiveness the more training you put into it. And I think the issue, well, and I think what's happening is a lot of companies who have been investing in AI have put so much money into it that they're determined to try to make it the future. They've convinced themselves that that's the way forward. And so they're just sinking everything they have into it, hoping that hoping that they'll get a breakthrough and just be able to cut out the entire workforce. AI's also been making it stupider by sampling its own output. It replicates its own mistakes. That's like the fucked thing, is like so much of the internet has just become AI now. It's like if you go, like it's those things like when you go onto Amazon and you search listings and it's like if you can search by quote as a machine algorithm, I am not able to blah 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 blah, and you just get thousands and thousands of entries on Amazon, and it's just like shit like that where it's like it's so hard to find actual people in spaces on the internet outside of like Discord or like talking to people live. And shit like just bots in general everywhere. Like when I post videos, it hasn't happened in the recent ones, but when I was in Japan posting videos, oftentimes I'd post the video and within 10 minutes of it going up, I would have a bot comment on the account. It's just like a thirst trap, like pretty lady bot with like spamming like love heart emotes and telling me to look in bio and shit. But yeah, I think AI it's really cool for like for people who are not part of the creative industries. It's really cool because it's like, oh cool, I can make pictures of things that I can envision now. It's like I'm not an artist, but I can make a picture of the thing that I'm thinking of in my head. And it's cool for a little bit, but after a little while you realize it's all the same shit. And if you're an artist or some kind of creative person, like not necessarily an artist, you could be a writer, be a voiceover person, like you see this shit and you're like, it's just soulless and it's just replacing you. And it's like, what's going on here? Seen the random posts where mums or grandparents mistake them as real, genuine photos instead of terrible AI fakes. I don't know about those specific situations, but I think one of the scariest things about AI, honestly, is just that it's like a lot of the art is hard to distinguish from real art now. But like, there's also just like shit where you see things of like AI voice and AI video of real people, and it's like misinformation is actually just so crazy now. The Facebook ones, I don't really use Facebook, so I can't say I've seen those particular ones. You think AI is the future? I really hope not. I think that a lot of people with money do think AI is the future and they're trying to make it the future. I hope that it's not. You're fine with AI being used in proper cases. I think that AI is fine as a tool. There are things like, for example, you could say that in digital drawing programs, a line smoother is a form of AI. You could say where, or like where it's a program that assists in creation, not a program that like not a program that replaces the creative process, but something that helps you with it. Like, yeah, like in digital art, when you draw a line and it smooths it out a little bit, rather than just like drawing a face, it makes it so the stroke you drew is a little bit less wobbly. I think that's fine. No point replacing people with AI, because every time you do, then you need to hire an even more experienced person to look over the AI to make sure it doesn't fuck up. Yeah, but the thing is, if you can replace 50 people with one AI, and then just have one person look over that AI, you're still coming out ahead. That's the thought process that people have. Looks like AIs that drive through, like the AIs at drive-throughs that get flustered by people fucking with it and need a human to step in. What do you mean AI at? Are there AI at drive-throughs? What is where? Where are, who is putting AI in their drive-through? That's not AI. The term AI has also lost all meaning, with companies slapping that term onto anything as an excuse to charge more. Yeah, that is the craziest shit. It's like smart fridge now with AI. It's like, why? Why do I need AI on my fridge? What does the AI on my fridge do? I just want it to keep my fucking milk cold. Wendy's in the US and McDonald's since December of last year? No shot. That's crazy. Oh, hang on. No, I thought this was just a fucking meme. I saw like there was a video of like someone in a drive-through and the thing like they get to the speaker and it was a robot. I thought this was fake where the AI goes like it's like, "Hey, what can I do for you?" And the guy's like, "I'd like 10,000 waters, please." And then it cuts over the person like, "Hey, what can I get you?" I genuinely just thought that was a fucking meme. I didn't realize that was actually real. Yeah, it's one person overseeing a few AI drive-through voices. You can figure it out by asking for crazy shit. Yeah, like 10,000 cups of water. That's real. I see. I would ask it for 10,000 cups of water. kind of lost track of where I have and haven't painted him. I think this is all the flesh and fur that we've gotten. I think that's everything. I don't think there's anywhere where I really need to do an additional coat to smooth it out. So let's start going over it. On the plus side, last you heard about OpenAI is that due to basically everyone stealing their shit without paying them royalties, they need to raise some insane amount of money to keep the business afloat. I see. Good riddance. Okay. Okay, so let's get this, let's start getting this red-brown over parts of the fur. You, for one, look forward to your AI overlords telling you, asking you if you want fries with that. Yeah, like, I mean, there are industries which I think it is okay for AI to come into. As, like, a supplementary tool. But I think that the one place, if there is one place where AI should not be allowed, it is the creative industries. We should not have AI making art or like replacing people, like making, like drawing art or replacing writers or like replacing actors, that sort of thing. That is like, I think that is the one holy ground. If we had to pick one place, that is the one place where AI shouldn't be. AI will never be able to paint my minis. True. I'm safe. I just need to make this this channel my livelihood, and I'm safe from AI. We pray European laws catch up with AI soon. They've been trying, but it's tough. Look, Europe is Europe, if there's anywhere that's going to hold the line, it's Europe. You guys managed to hold the line on so many things which everyone else just does not understand. So if you guys can do it, then maybe the industry will shift. Have you seen the Boston Dynamics dog with the flamethrowers? No. Really? I don't think I've seen any Boston Dynamics stuff in a long time. That sounds fucking awesome. Like, last Boston Dynamics stuff I saw, I think was like they had like the humanoid ones like running up like doing parkour basically, like running up boxes and like across like narrow beams and stuff and like doing backflips and shit. I don't think I've seen anything since then. You made iPhones use the USB-C cables. You did. It good work. That's the thing. If as long as the EU can crack down on like tech shit that we don't like, the industry is forced to accommodate. It's the same situation with all technology. It should be used to supplement and increase human output without taking jobs. More quality human products, not an equal amount of crappier products. Exactly. Boston Dynamics is cool. They can use how to make Skynet for all you care. Flamethrower robots are fucking... I need to check out these flamethrower robots after the stream. Especially especially when they put the video footage to some super heavy metals. Not even a big fan of metal, and you think it's amazing. I am. You're really raising my expectations for these videos here. I'm excited to see the flamethrower dog. Promise you're not overselling it. Okay, I'm excited. You reckon anyone kit bashed gargoyle wings onto Termagant bodies to make them not look like us? Maybe. I mean, Termagants aren't the worst. Like they're decent. They're not terrible. They're just not all that amazing.
I misunderstand. Oh, so you mean gargoyles? You don't like gargoyles. You want to use the Termagant's bodies to make the gargoyles not look like shit. I see, I see, I see. Yeah, I haven't seen the gargoyle models, so I'll take your word on it. Be right back, Rhoda. Take your time. There are bases that are 100% a flight stand. I see. Flight stands give me the shits. Not a base with a flight stand glued on, just 100% a flight stand. Yeah, I hate flight stands. I want a base. I'd hate just having the clear thing. That's like what I don't like about Tau drones and the Necron Night Scythe. It's just this. It's just the clear thing, and I hate it. If I bought a jump pack, you won't. They look like us. You'd put them firmly on the ground. GW rarely ever poses them in a cool way. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of like many models at all where they're just on a flight stand. I think this is coming along all right. I think it'll be a lot better once we get the flesh colors done differently, because it looks very flat with just the Cadian flesh tone. I think it'll look nicer as we build it up. You just check gargoyles are 14 years old? Yeah, okay. So they are getting up there in age. Like Lamarty's his jump pack. Oh wait, so what was it? Like when they're fully off the ground, but with one little bit of the foot, you know what GW is trying to do, but it just doesn't work. Right? Okay, so they're not on a flight stand, but they're just kind of like they're on their tippy toes on one toe, but then they're like flying elsewhere. Like Lamarty's has a jump pack, but he's a jump pack unit, but both feet on the ground. It looks so much better. I see. There we go. Yeah, we should be right as we build up more layers. It's just like a matter of when I'm working on these sorts of things, and I haven't really done it before, because I haven't done a Skaven model before. I'm not really sure what kind of aesthetic I'm trying to get out of it, and I know that eventually it'll look good. I just don't know what I'm aiming for at the moment. We're just kind of painting things, and eventually it'll come together and I'll be like, oh yeah, this is nice. It's just a matter of getting to that breakthrough where I'm like, oh, okay, this is what I want it to look like. The jump pack intercessors on the new sanguinary guard. That type of flight looks goofy as hell. Yeah. Thankfully, I'm not a huge Space Marine fan in general, so I'm not too harmed by the weird posing of jump pack units. But I can definitely see the issues that you have with them. It's looking cool so far. Yeah, thank you. Hopefully I can make the skin look good, because that's going to be the main thing, is if I can get the skin looking really nice, then I reckon it'll pop off. I've just got to figure out how I'm going to do that. Give him a nice tan. We'll see. He's from underground, so I'd expect him to be pale as shit. Another thing that's a little awkward about this mini is the transitions between the tufts of fur and the flat skin are not all that clear. So I've kind of just got to make it up as I go in parts. That guy looks like he's got 3rd degree burns. I think he probably does, Sonny. This guy is balding all over. I think he's got a little bit worse than 3rd degree burns. See if I can just layer it on a bit heavier in some places, make it darker, just so we can get some sense of shadow in these parts, like under his body there. One upside of the whole natural disaster is that you ran out of the muscle relaxers they put you on years ago. You've actually had less muscle pain and been more capable since you came off them. Interesting. Hopefully, you don't develop any other issues as you come off them. But yeah, I mean, it is nice sometimes when you're on medication for a while, and then it's like you run out and you don't restock on it, and you're able to see what you're like without it. Gives you a reference point of where you stand. No idea what the diameter for these screws for this drone you've bought are, but they're the smallest diameter screws you've ever seen, I see. Been off them for 8 days, you were never physically dependent on them for anything but relieving muscle pain, but surprisingly you need them, but you need to be on them as needed instead of 3 times a day, I see. And I mean, with it, like the thing, it's like with any medication, the ideal state is if you don't have to be on medication, then you shouldn't be, because ultimately you're putting something foreign in your body. Medication is really good if you've got issues, but if it's not, like, if you don't have the issues without the medication, then there's no reason to be on it. So it's nice that you've figured out a, like, I guess that you've figured out a way to use the medication without having to use it too much. Hey, this is probably pretty good for the brown. For the time being, at least. Where's our focus? There's our focus. Or is an annoying lecture, 9 AM, start, walk in, sign in, leave. Nice. They lumped you into them at the same time as your painkillers, and it seems like you're having to fight through them too much, causes lethargy, which leads to loss of activity and muscle mass. Man, that's rough. So are these for spinal issues, or if you don't mind me asking? Right, it's for working on a project. The project is pretty much finished today. Righto. So you've just got to go into the lecture, just sign in, but like the lecture itself isn't really important to you anyway because you've already finished the project. What happened when you were gone 10 minutes ago? We haven't really we haven't really done a whole lot. Just been working our way through the brown coat on the rat man. Then we're gonna actually get the magenta. Let's start going over with the really thin coat of magenta on the skin. See if we can just get a very slight pink hue going. To program a menu which demoed different sorting algorithms for CPU process management. I see. Yeah, I am not a comp sci guy, so it all sounds very complicated to me. Three moderate but compounding curvatures in your spine, and retrolithosis, which is a disc which ruptures in reverse to press directly against the nerves. Jesus. Yeah, because like I know, like my dad has he blew a couple of discs. I think he blew his L3, L4. And like basically my whole family has issues with lumbar spinal issues. So pretty much since school, I've had it drilled into me to have good posture and good lifting technique and shit. But I'm still probably going to have back issues as I get older. Not looking forward to that. So I was gonna say I can feel for you, but I can't, because that's crazy. That is, yeah, really bad. I could not imagine having to live with spinal issues. I really hope I don't have to go through it. Here's a prime example of why you don't fear AI takeover. The internet always wants to send you to Dale City because it's close to you. Well, it is, but that would involve crossing the Potomac River without a bridge. I see. You had a program. Oh, I said about the CPU process management. One thing was you can't see you're looking to sort it out tomorrow, but you figured it out. Today you spent 2 hours in the lab working with mates trying to sort it out on their code before you started yours. I see. Let's see if I can get this going here. I really need to thin out this this magenta here. Okay, I reckon we can go from here. We went from 4 or 5 moderate activity days per week before the hurricane to 8 days straight of heavy activity with only moderate problems. That is a damn near miracle recovery. Yeah, nice. I hope that it keeps going well for you. Bad knees and a heart in your family? Yeah, it's tough having hereditary issues because it's just like you see it all around you and you're like, fuck, that's gonna be me. And all you can really do is just try to manage, like try to do everything you can to prevent it from getting to that point. $500 subs inbound. Anything planned? Well, we're not that close yet. Come on. 500 subs. I want to do another big mini, like what the another biggie, I guess, like with the night that we did for that we are doing for 300. Because I've got things like Helldrake, Forge Fiend, Lord of Change. So one of those would be nice. Otherwise, I've got Magnus as well. Could be a very cool one. $49.08. Really? Damn, it's so close. Fuck. I thought we were still at like 430. Stomper. I mean, it is October, but I don't think I'll be doing a Stomper. You need a Stomper. I know that everyone needs a Stomper, but I don't think I'll be getting a Stomper for the time being. Oh, I went a bit thick on this part. Just water all this down. with a wet brush, just pick up all the excess here. Yeah, I think the magenta's giving a nice bit of depth to the skin. It's making it look more like skin. Stomper. It's fun to say like that. What can I say? Lord of Skulls demon engine. I've already got 2 different demon engines. I'm not going to get another one before I've painted the first 2. Can't say no to a stomach cannon. Yeah, but I've still got the Helldrake and the Forge Fiend. Wash also seems to be giving it a glossier look. Yeah, I might come back at some point. Well, actually, no, the glossier look is nice for the skin, I think. Because it helps accentuate that it's smooth. Great Unclean one. Great Unclean ones are very cool. The part sticking into the rat skin might look if they appeared inflamed or infected. Yeah, so... Well, because there are parts like here, where this is like, there's like chunks of warpstone in him here and there. So I want to paint them green and get some glow and have like green wash going through the cracks on his skin there. That would be cool. And yeah, I think we could definitely try to make something happen around here where he's got like the machinery sticking into him. Looking very handsome, if you ask me. Thank you, Agent Smith. Yeah, I'm hoping we'll be able to pull it all together, because I think the groundwork is being laid here, and I think there are bits where it can look good. We just need to figure out how to make it all come together. Like, we've got the right colors in the right places, I think. It's just a matter of making them come together in the end. Still doing that breaking down wood bit? Maybe. I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. I think once I get paint on the mini itself, it'll be easier for me to figure out what I want to do for the base. Plus makes him look sweaty and he's running, so it makes sense. Yeah, also, well, it also gives it that more burnt look, because like when you, you know how when you get a burn, like the skin gets all really smooth and kind of shiny. So it works for like the patches where he's balding. You get really weird into a Biker Mice from Mars homage. I'm not familiar with Biker Mice from Mars. That is a wild name, though. A wild title. Probably do his hand a different color to the skin on his body. Just read a cool chaos line. Pity the guardsman, he worships a corpse god and he shall join his corpse god. Yeah, the chaos lines go hard sometimes. Short-lived and strange Saturday morning cartoon from the 90s. I see. It's probably why I'm not familiar with it, since I was born in 2000s. Well, I was born in 2000, so it's like the cartoons that I'm familiar with are much different. Also, I grew up in Australia and we had a lot of our own like Australian kids' TVs, so a lot of different stuff. I keep accidentally going on slightly too thick with the magenta glaze that we're doing. Because I need to do really thin here. If I go too thick, it just looks straight up pink, which I don't really want. And so I'll probably need to come back through with a glaze of a different color, just to clean it all up and make it look less pink in places. There's like very pink on the top there, which I think is fine. Inside of the arm though, you can see it's, yeah, a little pink for my liking. So we'll figure it out as we go. Thankfully, it's very thin coats we're working with, so we don't need to worry about blocking up any details. Gonna vanish, gotta wake up in 4 hours to walk to class, only to come back and go to sleep. See you tomorrow, pray your brush arrives. Righto. Godspeed, Sunju. I'll catch you later, mate. Ratman looking great so far, thank you. Magenta's working wonders though. Yeah, it's looking quite nice. I'm being worried about going slightly too thick because I feel like it's a very fine line between slightly pink skin and he is pink. Yeah, train crash too. Hospital finally got your infusion treatment set up tomorrow after a delay due to the hurricane. Have a great night. Righto, I'll catch you later, Aaron. I hope you yeah, I hope you're able to recover from all of the hurricane shit, and hopefully the storm from the coming one isn't going to hit you too hard. Yeah, have a great night, mate. definitely gone a bit too heavy with the magenta here, so I'll apply it over and then I'll clean my brush, and just with some water we'll try to pick up the excess. There we are. That's a lot better. Yeah, sorry if it's not the most noticeable step we're doing there. It's all very slight changes, but I think when you look at it like this, you can see the effect we're actually getting out of it. Comparing the chest to the legs here, you can see the sort of effect we're getting with the magenta, so it is nice to see. Because when I'm applying it bit by bit, it's hard to really see the effect we're having. But it is actually, I am actually putting paint on it, even if it doesn't look like it. It's just very trace amounts. Yeah, I think I might have too much water now, and so what's happening is all the tint or all the pigment is just gathering in very specific parts. We're not getting much elsewhere. We'll see though. I think the main thing is I just want to stop pooling, because when it pools, you really see that pink showing through, which we don't want. We just want to get the very faint pink glaze from the magenta on the flat surfaces without getting it pooling in those recesses. Yeah, I think one thing, I keep like faking myself out where I'm like looking at it as I'm painting it, and I'm looking at the pink on the surface and going, that's so pink, rather when what I should be doing is I should be looking at the white. Because when I look, I should be looking at the flesh color rather than the pink on top of the flesh color. That makes it easier for me to sort of recognize what it is, because I know that there's pink on top of flesh color. And so I'm looking at the pinks as a standalone thing and thinking there's too much, when really there's actually a good amount, and I just need to recognize that it's augmenting the flesh. I don't know if I'm articulating this correctly or not. It's like when you have a mirror and there's dirt on top of the mirror, I'm looking at the dirt on the mirror rather than just looking at how it's distorting the image that's showing in the mirror. So, still probably not doing a good job of articulating it. Basically, I'm focusing on the wrong parts and getting distracted. I think this is coming along nicely. So what we should do now, actually let's get some pink on his tail. Can afford to go a bit pinker for the tail. Probably not too pink, but just get it nice and light. Okay, so I reckon we need to bring another color in through the skin just to build it out some more. I just realized as well though that I missed some fur in here, so we'll just build that up a bit. Okay, so I think I need to get, I think what we need is maybe something in the more warm, maybe something more of a, more like red brown, but like in the warm, maybe like a yellow range. Maybe not yellow, but something in a warmer range just to sort of give a bit more depth to the skin. Let's see what I've got in my drawer here. My drawer of wonders. A lot of these Vallejo colors, the pigment splits, I'm like picking them up and seeing what they like shake up to look like. Because they change quite a bit when I shake them. No, it's probably too brown. Probably too red. Although maybe, honestly, if I thin this down, this might be good, just like as a very faint glaze on parts of the skin. Let's just try a little bit of this on an inconspicuous spot. Let's just get a lot of water in here. Just really thin this down. I need this thinner again. We'll put a bit in this neighboring section here and just get lots of water in there. Yeah, get it as thin as we possibly can. Now let's see how this covers. Honestly, I think this could be good for getting some depth. Let's just try a bit up here. I think I like this. It gives more warmth to the skin, I think. It's probably not noticeable in the slightest to you guys watching, because it's barely noticeable to me. But I think I like it. Might need to do a couple of glazes of it. Let's really try build it up a bit. I think around the edges of the sections where he's got these bald patches. Then once I do this red glaze over the skin, I'll probably move over to things like our metallics. or all the metal bits that are sticking out of him. And we can work on things like the bits of warpstone that he's got embedded into him. I think that'll be quite nice to work with. Maybe for the hands, I'll just apply this red that we're working with. Help differentiate them from the pink flesh. Just want to avoid pooling where we can. I probably need to do something else with the hands, just looking at how this is turning out. So just get it as smooth as possible so that it's easier to course correct when we come back to them. Yeah, not a huge fan of the red/orange on its own. I like it accenting the magenta. On its own, it's a bit eh. Yeah, we'll do something else for the hands. And I haven't held a brush in like almost a week, and so my hand is actually just getting stiff from the the posture, like from the brush holding posture. It's quite strange. I think overall the flesh color is coming together quite nicely. It will just be a matter of getting the fur to look better, because the fur is kind of flat looking, but the flesh is looking quite good. Might need to introduce a second brown to the fur to make it look more mottled. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And we are not there yet. Yeah, I'm liking the way the flesh is looking at least. So the brown, we can do some work on the brown for the fur, But I think that the flesh tone is looking quite nice. So, oh, that was a good knuckle crack. Next up, we'll get some bone color. Where are we? I've already got it out. No, I don't. Here we are. Bone color and white for highlights. And where is it? Warpstone glow. Oh shit. And then we'll also grab a couple of our Vallejo metallics. So we've got rust and aluminium. The aluminium covers really, really well. I love this paint, by the way. Vallejo Model Air aluminium, really good. Covers so smoothly. I think that should be good for the time being. So, we'll start off by marking out our chunks of warpstone in bone. And I'll probably see if I can get a wash of the bone just to get it to run down like what we can see there, where it's liquefied and it's running through the cracks, because that'll be really nice to get the green to run along. Yeah, I really like how the bone is running into the cracks there. That'll be good. Yeah, so I think what I need to do is I just need to get some very liquid bone color paint on the tip of my brush and just touch the brush down near where these cracks are and just push the paint out of it, and it just runs into the cracks. Okay, anywhere else where we've got chunks of warpstone in him? Over here, I don't think this is necessarily a chunk of warpstone, but it is now. Might have just been a pustule. And then he's got these ones on his chest as well. Okay, so we'll need to water down some more of the bone color. You can get it nice and runny. And just let it flow into the cracks. Gotta go, take care, young'un. Righto, thanks for hopping by, Gavin. Have a good one. Get a bit more water on the tip of the brush there. Let's see if we can get this to flow into these cracks. Sort of a balancing act because I want to get it liquid, but I don't want it to flow over the surface. Just needs to be runny enough to go down the cracks. I think that's looking good. Now there's nothing on his legs, I don't think. There's something on the inside of his wrist here. Can make that a chunk of warpstone. Actually, it looks like it's some kind of metallic thing, so we'll do that in metallic. So then we'll just do the pipes in bone while we're here, because we'll do them in warpstone. We'll make the pipes all nice and green and glowy. Oh, this is just barely out of focus. I need to fix this up. There we are, that's where we want it. Okay. Looking pretty good. We'll need to just get another coat on these pipes where the bone color has dried and dissipated. We'll probably need to recoat the parts of the chunks of warpstone on his back, because you can see it's pulled away from the edges. I guess we do want to keep the brightness of the edges. So what we or like, not the brightness, the dark edges. We don't want it to be perfectly matte. What we might actually do is let it pull away from the edges like that, and then just introduce some bright white to the little pools. That way we get some variation of color. And then for the bits where he's got like the symbols carved into him, we might just fill them in proper red just to make it look like he's actually been lacerated. So the bits where his skin is splitting, we'll have it green, and then the bits where his skin has been cut, it'll be red. So what we'll do, I'll get one of my super fine brushes. This fella here. And get a bit of a stronger red. Which we will use for these cuts. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to do this. This is going to be pretty sketchy. In fact, I'm just going to hold this up so we'll change the focus of the camera. You can see what I'm trying to do. Oh, these are really thin sections that I'm trying to paint here. Jesus, I need to hold my breath. Ugh, that was stressful. It's just the right size for the brush. Yeah, I think those will look good. Just need to do that to all those scratches. I'm actually having to hold my breath to stay still enough to do this. Yeah, doing these sorts of things definitely make me appreciate that I have gotten better at painting over time. Because this is the sort of shit that I would never have done when I started out painting. Like, I would have looked at this and gone, yeah, that's not happening. That one was a little messier. We're looking pretty good, though. Okay. There's one section. We've done 3 lines. It looks really good. I like it. I like it a lot, honestly. I'm glad that we decided to do this. I just need to do it for all these bits down the side of the arm now. Oh man. This is so not worth it, but it's so worth it. Need to clean off the brush because it's starting to build up on the end and dry, and then we get a flared tip, which makes it harder to paint these little scratches. Okay, there should be just enough paint on the brush for this. Actually, it might be a little too much. Just, there we are. This should be good. Oh, I made a mistake. It's not too bad though. Oh, making a mess of it. It's so fucked. I get like halfway through the line and I'm like, I need to breathe. I need to breathe. I need to breathe. And I'm like, I need to finish the line. Okay. Now we just need to go the other way. Looking good though. Oh no, this angle's really bad. I'm shaking a lot. Need to find a different angle. This is a bit better. Paint's dry. Damn it. Yeah, it's one thing with working with a really tiny brush and really small amounts of paint is you need to work relatively quickly because the paint dries on the brush if you're too slow. At the same time, when you're working with the really tiny brushes, generally you want to take your time because you're doing really fine shit. Okay. One more of these. And honestly, I might call it after this one here. It's been going for 3 hours now. Okay. What do we reckon? I think that looks pretty good. I'm happy with that. I'm glad we did that. Yeah, it looks really nice. So, refocus the camera. Where are we? Down here. So, next bit. Okay, maybe we'll do the, we'll finish the chunks of warpstone, and then we'll probably call it for the day. So, bro ain't looking so good. What do you mean, bro ain't looking so good? I think he's looking fine for a skaven. He's pretty cut up. Okay, so we'll put a little bit of white on these recesses. Just a point in there. And then a point in here. And then in here. We come round. And in here. And then in here. And a little bit in there. And there. Wipe away that little mistake there. While you're watching me, source of inspiration, you finish your Black Templar champion, dude. Thank you very much. No worries, thank you. Look, if I am your source of inspiration, all of you guys here are my source of inspiration. The only reason I'm able to paint so much is because I am streaming it. So thank you. Then we'll get a bit of white on the chunks of warpstone on its chest, and then hopefully the stuff on top of him will have dried, and we can come back through with the warpstone. You don't really help at all, Chaos, mate. You're moral support. It's nice having you here, brother. And thank you for the time making videos about painting miniatures. Look, I do it because I enjoy it. So like, I'm just glad that you guys are watching them. You do nothing except convince me to buy more minis. Look. I've got to buy minis anyway, but you definitely do assist in the decision-making process. You already ordered an army, 7 miniatures plus the champion, I see. It's a bad habit. I spend too much money on these things. Hey. I mean, you also talk about you being a weeb. Look, I'm in no position to judge you. I'm also a weeb, but like, I'm also a weeb, but I don't go into people's chat and start sipping of a Togahimiko. So I think there's a little bit, there's a little bit of a point of difference there. So you all can make fun of, so we can all make fun of you. Look, it's all in good faith. Okay, let's get a little bit of the warpstone glow on our wet palette now, just a little bit. And we'll water it down and just start glazing it in. You figured out your type yesterday. Oh yeah, do share. I want to hear about your your self-discovery. You really want to try a miniature dragon way out of Warhammer line, but still miniature? Righto. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, then go for it. Like I'm not painting things specifically because they're Warhammer. I'm painting them because they're cool minis, and like I'm into Warhammer. But if I saw a really cool mini that wasn't Warhammer, I'd get it and paint it. So go for it. No, you're good. You're good. You don't want to share. Come on, you can't share that much and then just leave us hanging. You clearly wanted to share it. You all look good. I've shared plenty. Righto. Fair enough. I won't push the matter. Oh, yeah, I won't press the matter. Yeah, I think I've got it a bit thick here. So what we'll do is we'll really clean off the brush and just start scooping some of this away. You will as long as there's zero judgment. Look, mate. I'm not gonna push you. If you want to share it, that's awesome. If you don't want to share it, that's also fine. We're all friends here. Okay, it has something to do with not being the most sane. I mean, we already knew that. I'm sorry, Chaos. This is not new. Like, did we not already know this? What do you mean question mark? Toga Himiko is like I knew this and you didn't. Like this is not a surprise. You'll do my type before me, brother. It's not exactly hard to figure out. Like you're like you're like it's like this massive point of self-discovery. You're like, I finally figured it out, guys. It's like, yeah, we know. Should be a detective. It doesn't take a detective to realize that. Yeah, I reckon what we'll do for this, we'll do the solid parts in the green like this, and then I'll come back through with a green contrast just to get it into the cracks and get a little bit of glow on the surrounding parts. If I figure that out before you, you're just like, look, sometimes it's like you can't notice, sometimes it's hard to notice these things about yourself. Look, it's fine, mate, it's fine. But I'm glad that you're coming to understand yourself a little better. This is character growth. Yeah, like, Chaos, have you watched Future Diary? Because if you haven't, I think you'd enjoy it. I figured this would be like, oh my gosh, you like psycho women. It's like, nah, yeah, we knew that. Is that more or less upsetting? We know. This is more upsetting. Yeah, have you seen Future Diary? I think it's like 2000 and... Surely it's not 2007. It's either 2007 or like 20... Maybe it's like 2012. I don't know. But Japanese name is Mirai Nikki. English translation Future Diary. I think you would like it. I think it's 24 episodes. What is it about? So it's basically, it's like a, it's hard to explain without getting too spoilery, but it's, so modern setting, about essentially a battle royale. So it's a death game, where, I don't know how many people it is, but a bunch of people are selected by God to, fight to the death, and whoever wins gets to become becomes a new god of space and time. And everybody who is competing has a diary on their phone. So basically their phone in some way helps them predict the future, and everyone's phone predicts the future in different ways. And so it's like, it's not Fortnite. This predates Fortnite. This probably predates like H1Z1. But yeah, so basically it's a bunch of people who can to an extent predict the future, all trying to kill each other. And the main character has a psycho girlfriend. That is the main defining feature, though, is that the main character has a psycho girlfriend, and she's probably like the definitive psycho girlfriend in anime. TV MAO 14. I'm not sure what the rating would be. He's just looked away to work on a base, and that rat skin looks wicked. Yeah, I'm happy with how the skins come along. I think the scratches on the shoulder really help. But yeah, I'm liking how it's looking. Okay, now we'll just get a bit of green contrast here. Oh, we want to water this down a bit more. And just see if we can drag this through the cracks here. You're interested in the anime for the last reason? Yeah, I mean that's the reason that I'm suggesting it to you in the first place. That is the main reason I'm suggesting it to you. Hello friend, did I finish building all the rats? I have not built all of the rats, so the way I do things, I generally don't build everything in a set. So I'll build ones that I want to paint, and then I'll paint them, and then I'll build more. So what we've got is one sec. I'll just quickly apply some of the contrast around these bits to make it look like it's glowing a little bit. You thought it was because of violence? No, it was because of the last reason. Okay. Yeah, so we've got this rat ogre that we're working on right now, and then we built his two buddies, 1 and 2, and then we built the big cannon thing with 4 rats dragging it. So that's all of the ones that we've built so far. And so we're going to paint these dudes, and then we're going to build some more rats. But yeah, I'm liking how this is looking. I think this is going to be really cool. Bringing up manga, a friend of yours taught himself Japanese by translating Rokudenashi blues. He has without a doubt the rudest Japanese vocabulary you'll ever hear. I see. Legend. I don't think I've read Rokudenashi blues. I'm not a huge manga guy. I'm like, most of my exposure to Japanese is anime, and then, well, like Japanese stuff, it's anime and light novels. Like, everyone just doesn't care what you've been talking about. It's okay. Chaos, I care. Yeah, I really like the way the warp stone's like spreading through the cracks. I think I've done a good job there. I'm happy with myself. I might want to highlight the edges, or highlight the rocks a little more. Oh, you understand? You're building all the stormcasts first, then the rats, the spoiled ones. I see. Yeah, I wasn't all that interested in the stormcast when I got the box, and then I got the box and I saw them on the back, and I was like, man, these models are actually really cool. Like, I wasn't expecting the stormcast models to be as sick as they are. Kryptonite and rats? No, but this kryptonite is making them stronger, not weaker. Oh, man. I nearly failed to hold myself back with that sneeze. That was nearly a catastrophic scream. Yeah, they look fine. They did a great job with the poses. Yeah, and I just like the designs of the minis as well. Like, the molds are so cool.
Okay, and then if we get a little bit of contrast on these pipes, you looked up the anime and you're resisting the urge to watch it. It's pretty good. It's a, like, yeah, I do think you would enjoy it, just based on what you've said in chat so far. Because it's like Fortnite. No, because it has a psycho chick in it. If you want me to spell it out. But yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen it in many years though, so it might not have aged as well as I thought, but I know that a lot of people like it. I think this is coming along quite nicely. Get a little bit more bone in the cracks on his chest there. Help extend that out a bit. Can't believe it's not in 40k edition. The first one we eliminated everyone race, yet somehow the dwarven race survived. It's and magic, but it's like half the story. Yeah. Well, because 40k and fantasy are not the same universe. So the dwarves in 40k that are not the same as the dwarves from fantasy. They're mutants from the Imperium. Like they're humans that have been genetically engineered a long time ago. So it's like, it's not like the Leagues of Votan are the remnants of the fantasy dwarves or anything like that. They're completely different. But yeah, I do think that we need space skaven. I need skaven in 40k. I need skaven in 40k. Okay, you're watching it for sure. What did you look at? What made you so confident, Chaos? Were you looking up to see like stills of her face? Is that what you needed? You just need to see what she looks like? Three things: the girl, the music, and the violence. Right, yeah. Yeah, from what I remember, it was really good. And the opening was fucking fire. Oh, were you watching the fire or watching the opening?
It's like a 40-second clip. Yeah, no, it from what I remember, it was really good. Again, I haven't seen it in many years, but from what I remember, it's a good show. Okay. Should be able to come back through with the green contrast now. Just fill in some of these cracks. Might do that for around here as well. Because he's getting pumped with juice. So the cracks around this would make sense to be glowing green. That a meme that says when you completely ignore all the red flags in the anime, that's you. Yeah. Yeah, so if you are going to watch it, I'd recommend not looking up too much stuff because there are a lot of it's like the sort of show that you can get spoiled for. So, yeah, I would recommend going in relatively blind for the best experience. Is there sexual content in the show? No, it's not a hentai. If that's what you're getting at. And it's not really ecchi either. Like, there's about as much as you would expect from any other anime. See, okay, good, so you can watch it. Yeah, it's not like High School DxD or anything. Okay, so now we'll just get the green contrast on this. Where can you watch it? I'm not sure. I don't know which streaming platform has it. It's probably on Crunchyroll. I'd have a look. You don't have it, you have to pay for everything. Well, because Crunchyroll lets you watch things free as well, doesn't it? Otherwise, if you like, you just have ads. Otherwise, you can probably find it on less legal websites. Didn't Sony just buy Crunchyroll? Did they? I'm not aware. I'm surprised Sony has the money lying around to buy Crunchyroll after what they just did with Concord. No, only doing legal. Yeah. For legal things, like you can watch things on Crunchyroll. Last I checked, with like, you can watch for free just with ads like every 5 or 10 minutes or whatever it is. I think it should still be like that. But I'm not sure if Future Diary is on Crunchyroll. Okay. It's looking pretty good. What we'll probably do is we'll come back and really define the lumps of warpstone a bit. I'm not sure what color we'll use to really make them pop, but I think this is coming along quite nicely. I'll probably call it here because we've been going for just on 4 hours now. But I'm happy with how this guy's coming along. It's looking really good. I'd mentioned this earlier on while I was like still putting the layers down, that it's kind of like I've got the colors in the right places, but I don't really know what it's meant to look like. And I think as we've gone, I've gotten a feel for what I want it to look like, and it's starting to shape up. The base colors are still a little icky, but I think as I get the details in, it really helps it out. Like with the cracks of the warpstone on the back, and the red cuts on his shoulders and arms. It's coming together nicely, and I think once we get the weapons and everything and all the metal bits and the pants, I think it'll look really good. But yeah, I am probably gonna end the stream here. Thanks for hopping by, everybody. I know it's a pretty we were late to start streaming this week because we didn't have anything for Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But yeah, we'll be streaming today. We'll have one tomorrow, and then the next one will be on Saturday. So yeah, I will. Yeah, that'll be it for today. Thanks for hopping by, guys. I'll see you all later. Bye bye.